Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bagadon at Stock Market Caddy, and it is August, August 22nd, Friday, approaching noon. We're going to give folks a chance to catch up to us, and we want to comment with what we're seeing, where we are in the markets, and answer any of your questions for about an hour. So we'll be back at the top of the hour at noon, and we'll answer those questions and show you. We're going to give you a glimpse of just about many of our tools. Not all of our tools. Probably not. It's not possible in an hour, but we're going to go through and take a look. I hope you're not getting distracted with the headlines. Right? There's no the Jackson Hole meeting and the Federal Reserve and everything. That's all baked into this. It's all known. It was all known, widely anticipated. The sharks will, we consider ourselves one of the sharks, they will exploit this. So you want to keep your emotions in check. You want to keep your emotions in check and not pay too much attention to the noise. And the Fed is noise. It is. I hate to see you lose any great trades or make any emotional decisions. We'll be back at noon. Be sure to jot down your questions and anything you want us to try to answer and or for you to see. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This afternoon might be a very interesting day, and so we did want to punch up and give you at least a view. My plan is to be here for about an hour. Have a very busy afternoon to wrap up our week and get ready even for next week. We invite everyone to visit stockmarketcaddy.com, the website. I'm in the office every Saturday. Well, you can call any day, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. at 813-758-8263. You can do that. And I'm also in the office. It can be any day, but I'm in the office on Saturday mornings as well. Every Saturday morning. I look forward to it. Gives us a chance to review all of our trades, assess our data, look to what we want to do for the coming week, and basically get caught up and talk to new folks. So don't hesitate. If you want to learn to trade mechanically, robotically, become a hedger, robotic hedging, and get the emotions and the noise out of your trading. Are you paying attention to the noise today by the Federal Reserve? It's noise, folks. It's just noise. I hope you knew that the Jackson Hole meeting was coming. I hope you knew that he was probably going to have to appease Trump. But it's not just Trump. You know, the bond market was screaming for this rate cut. But we'll see how it plays, right? The bond market isn't just short-term rates. It's long-term rates. And there are different parties, different interests. And, you know, one push or pull could, turn into a bulge over here or a bulge over there. So this by no means is over. I would not be capitulating in either fashion in terms of if you have longer term bets and defined risk bets going out into September and October. I think I would let the dust settle here today, see what comes in next week. If you haven't been in this market and you're thinking about jumping in with both feet, boy, I don't think I would do that here. And I wouldn't. In a little bit, we're going to let folks come in and watch and see what we're seeing. In the meantime, here is let's get the timer up here. The 5-minute VIX went short at 9:15, but the ES had been long since 3:40 this morning. 3:40. The hedge funds open at what time? 4 a.m. So 3:40, 4 a.m., 3:30. You see the time, 3:15. Early in the morning. So everyone's, oh, it was, they knew what he was going to say. They knew what he was going to do. It's always baked in. 5 grand, 7,700, 4,800, 4,300. One mini contract, one micro, 3,400. 10 minis, 50 grand, 78 grand. It was a big day. But the movement in the market came in the wee hours. I suspect that they're going to sell into this. We're going to let this burn itself out here. We're going to see where we are, and once again look potentially for some defined risk option trades at the very end of the day. But we're going to let folks populate. Feel free to push the like button. Feel free to share. We have some folks come in and haven't seen us and heard us before. I will try to give you the cook's tour of what some of our signals are showing us, not just intraday, but showing us on a daily basis and how we think this might be playing out. So we'll try to do that. In the meantime, we're going to let you watch. Have fun. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll give some folks a chance to find us here a little bit. There may be a few out there. Um, if you find yourself listening to CNBC or any of the financial media, I would do yourself a favor and shut it off. Get it out of your life. Um, None of this was a surprise, not a surprise to our members, hopefully not. Jackson Hole, end of August. They like to make some noise. We all know there's a couple things. Yes, Trump wants a rate cut. I get it. We know that. He's made it clear for months and months. The yield curve appears also to want the rate cut. How can one use? Oh, yeah, oh, it's in a second. Um, and before I lose my train of thought, but um, so it's always baked into the cake. Now, whether or not the rate cut is really going to be good, within the bond market is the biggest, deepest market in the world, many, 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 many times bigger than the stock market, and there are diversified interests along the yield curve, short-term money, long-term money, and so that's what we're trying to describe. You pull on one, it can be like a game of pickup sticks. You pull on one side, the next, the other side comes down. So we're going to need to see, because the dot-com bubble came to an end shortly after a short-term rate cut. So it isn't. Don't buy into the headlines. Oh yeah, it's a short-term, rate cut, and oh man, this market's never coming down. Not so fast. Not so fast. I wouldn't buy into that. And there are other forces and other reasons at play. And if the long-term rates start moving up and placing bets against this type of behavior, then they all could be in trouble. Trump, the rest of them. So just be aware. But if you had moved, now we always say that the markets really start trading when Europe opens up at about 3 a.m. Our hedge funds open up at 4. The headlines came out with, I haven't even looked at them quite frankly, but I know there's headlines out there with Powell's speech at 10 or whatever. But let's just take a look. This was maybe at 9:15. But look at the ES trade. The ES trade went long at 3:40 in the morning today. That's $5,000. 4 a.m. is 7,400. 3:30 in the morning, 4,800. 3:15 in the morning, 4,300. 5, 10, 12. It was almost $20,000 in profits. 20 grand available to you if you traded one mini in each. If you traded 10, it would be 10 times any of the amount. If you traded one micro, it would be 1/10 that amount. If you traded one market, if you didn't trade at all, I get it. We all got to sleep, but you can set programs, right? And these people, don't think for a moment that the people who, get picked up in their limos out in the Hamptons and get taken into Manhattan and into Chicago, and they do, and they fly in the helicopters, they're not getting in at 9:30. And they're not waiting on Zero Hedge or CNBC to tell them the last utterances of, Powell or any of those, the academic those are academic stooges. Might as well be the Three Stooges. Don't listen to them. Now we are going to show you in a little bit. I'm going to let some people, hopefully populate, and we're going to go through and we're going to take a look at what our algos are showing us. I can even show you what they were showing us yesterday and showing us last night. Now, if you're not a member, you're not going to hear what I had to say. But, Nicholas has been and is long this market since August 5th. Last night, it's a daily signal. This is a daily signal, not an intraday signal. He issues a caution flag. That's all it was. He just, like a referee, he just threw out a caution flag. and we cautioned everybody as well. And we even said, well, we happen to know, yep, maybe that's why the market is cautious here, because we know that Powell is speaking out at J-hole. And, and they usually do this sort of thing. But, 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 we need to take a sober view. One of the things that can happen is that, they blow out all the amateur shorts, they suck in all the amateur longs, and at the end of the day, the end of the week, we could be right back down the other side. Then what? What's he going to do? Cut again? Then the speculation, wow, how much is he going to cut? It's not going to be 50, it's going to be 100, and yada, yada, yada. So it goes on and on and on. Like Rosanna Dana Anna. Don't listen to it. I'm a very sober person, and there's a nice little winning trade in our pocket. While I'm talking with you, our little program is doing some trading. So you saw that we're trading 5 micros. It's roughly about $300 that just went in our pocket. Thank you very much, Swing Machine. Now we're not trading Swing Machine. We're trading something else. How to contact me? So. A couple of ways. You can visit stockmarketcaddy.com. Our email contact information is there. You can send me an email. If you want to call and talk on the phone, I won't do it right now because I'm talking with everybody else, but on any day from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., you can call me at 813-758-8263. If available, I'm going to pick up. If not, just leave me, your name and 2 dates and a time, and I'll pick one of them and confirm back to you via text, and we can chat. It can be any day. It can be a Saturday, a Sunday. I had one gentleman call me on New Year's Eve. It was about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Susan said to me, "Are you going to answer that, Don?" I'm like, "Of course I'm going to answer that." I said, if Adam wants to talk to me on New Year's Eve, which was Adam, I want to talk to Adam. That's just the person I want to talk to. Because this needs to be something, if you're going to do this, if you're contemplating doing this, it really, really needs to be something you really, really want to do. I'm not in any shape or form suggesting that everyone should do this. To the contrary, I know most people shouldn't. Most people shouldn't even, they just shouldn't. They don't know what they don't know, and they're not interested. It's okay, when the 4 stages of learning, I'm starting to digress, but it's okay not to know something. There's a ton of crap that I don't know. What I don't think is okay is when you don't know what you don't know, and you want to start making decisions on what you don't know, or areas around it of risk that carry risk, and you make no attempt to learn. It doesn't have to be from us. And I'm talking like just in general, right? And it could be anything, could be anything. I have some local examples in my head that I'm not going to speak to. I'm not. But I am from India, and have been that's wonderful. Well, thank you. And unfortunately, you can be a monthly member from India, right? You don't have to have a TradeStation, but unfortunately, millions of people in India. If you had any thoughts at all of becoming an annual member, you must have TradeStation. And your rules and regulations over there are such that I don't think you have access to TradeStation. So I don't know. I just don't know. But we've heard we get a lot of folks that contact us from India, and nobody seems to be able to figure out a means of having, so I don't know what to say there. That's unfortunate. Some of us are learning, even here in the States, there's various levels of freedom, and I'm not saying about anything negative about India. I'm not. Even here, in the U.S., we're learning we may not be as free as we are. Fortunately, when it comes to the markets, we're pretty free. Wilson Bates. That's funny. Wilson Bates. I always think of the soccer ball, right? As I don't know why. How can one use second order derivatives to trade spot? Um, that's a very specific question. Saw a trader who is able to go for um, was that 1 to 7 plus using this data on gold and SEP is able to go. What is that? One? I don't understand. Go 1 to 7. R plus. I don't know. I don't know what you're saying, referring to there. I'm sorry. Maybe I should know, but I don't. It's something I don't know. How can one use second order derivatives to trade spot? I'm not even sure what you mean by second order derivatives. Are you talking like options around spot prices? Is able to go for 1 to 7, and I understand our trades 1 to 7 plus our trades using this data on gold and S&P futures. So I'm not really sure. I'm not. You have to, you know, ask me again or something, or educate me. Okay. I'm not entirely clear that I understand, so I can't address that. Um, 7 reward. Oh, okay. Per unit of risk. And then, what does that say? Charm, Vena, Roma. Um, well, we certainly understand units of risk, right? So what we use there is what we call profit factor, right? So if it is very simple, and there are other calculations you can use and factor in time. So there are other elements of risk, but the 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 um, the metric that we use is profit factor. So it's gross profit divided by gross loss, and and that gives you your profit factor. If you have a profit factor of 1, that means you're breaking even. If you have a profit factor of 2, that means you're making $2 for every dollar you lose. If you have a profit factor of 3, you're making $3 for every dollar you lose. If you have a profit factor under 1, you're losing money. So um, profit factor is a very, very good metric because it keeps you grounded, keeps us grounded, and keeps us thinking not about the money and not about, you know, it just keeps us focused on trading as a business, right? It's kind of like a return on investment for a guy who might have a warehouse full of medical supplies that he's, turning over and trying to make money from, something like that, which is not me, by the way, but used to know a lot of people that did that, but in my previous life. So, so if you're referring to a profit factor of 7, that would be very good, right? And we say that if you get a profit, anything above 1 is good, um, but from 1 to 2, you're working very, very hard. You're putting shingles on a roof in Tampa Bay in the middle of the summer. From 1 to 2, we consider still hard, but we'd say average. 2 to 3, beginning, better. I'd say a little bit above average, and then when you get above 3 or more, you become a money making machine. Now, the thing is, though, um, anybody or any systems approach can have a positive outlier day or week. Um, or longer, right? I mean, well, I shouldn't say anybody and everybody, but anybody, on a shorter time frame, like one trading session or one trading day. So you want to be careful. You don't want to get over your skis, right? You don't want to, go skiing and get on a bunny slope and, whoo, man, this is easy. Wow, I got down there, and then jump on the gondola, go to the top of the mountain, and start, and then like, uh-oh, because then suddenly you find out when you're looking down all those moguls that you don't quite have the ski legs to get down, and so you don't want to have to walk down. That would be kind of embarrassing. And um, but then again, you may not want to ski down either because you may break a leg or blow out your ACL. So you just don't want to get out over your skis, right? No, so if somebody says, "Hey, I got a profit factor of 7, or I get a risk reward," if they're making a claim that 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 if you do what they're doing precisely, or that one thing that's going to do it, I'd probably run for the hills, because that whatever it is they're doing that generated that, if they're honest, they might do it for a few days, few weeks, but it will change. It will fluctuate because the market will be changing, right? So if you don't know what that thing is, and you're not intimate with it, it'd be very difficult for you to make adjustments, and you're gonna have to make adjustments on all of the stuff, including like even on swing machine, right? I mean, we can point to what happened today, but I don't know what's going to happen on Monday. So you've got to around it. You've got to learn how to ski. You've got to learn how to trade. Does that make sense, Wilson? So um, that's basically all I can say in that. Because I don't have any idea what the person is doing. Um, Derivatives. When you say derivatives, I think options. It's just, and when you say spot, I'm thinking, the S&P cash, maybe the spot price on gold, and so. And you can certainly get very high profit factors using an option. I mean, it's not, you hear the Nigerians, I got a 10 bagger or a 20 bagger. You can certainly do that. Yeah, you can certainly do that, but you still want to be keeping track of your profit factor over the long haul, because um, with options, you can get those 5 and 10 baggers and 20 baggers, and you're probably going to need some of those, because with options, if you don't manage them really well, and don't understand the math behind them, you can lose 50% of your capital on an option, or if it gets away from you and you get scared or you get emotional, you could lose, or if it's defined risk, I mean, you could lose your whole trade in a period of time. They can put, they're a wonderful tool, but they can put what I call a hole in the side of the boat. So now this will be very, very interesting. Today, we'll try to give you as much of a view today as we can, but I don't want to influence anyone here, so I got to be careful. But I love to see the close, even though, for the most, we're only going to do a little bit of trading, right? And the machine's going to probably add a little icing to the cake, and then we're done. But for the week, well, I chat with you, but so we may not even get that many more trades. We'll get a few, um, but I'm here. I want to see how I love to see particularly at the end of the day, how our market closes and how does the week close. That's going to tell me much, much more about where we might be going. You're very welcome, Wilson. Um, where we might be going or going next week, as opposed to where the market opened, right? So, any case. So we'll let you watch. Any questions, let me know. And on the subject of Q School, we're getting into the meat of it now, right? It's the end of the summer. The kids are back at school, headed back there in the Northeast. It's usually after Labor Day, and there's gonna be a lot of folks, that now want to trade, right? Want to, get into it. And the summer volatility is, probably going to start, or the low volatility is probably going to start going away, and we're going to start coming up. And um, I guess what I'm saying is that with the Q schools, we will only issue a certain number of licenses every year. We do require everyone go through the Q school once, and and usually the last 4 to 5 years, the Q schools, we wrapped them up like around that first week in November. And then what happens is we won't do any more until January. So if you're thinking of doing this, if you're thinking like, hey, I want to do this, you definitely need to reach out, give us a call. Let's chat about it. Let's review your schedule, our schedule, and I wouldn't wait, right? You don't want to wait until the middle of October because chances are, it'll be January, right? And if that works, fine. But even then, folks pencil in, and it's first come, first serve, and and if a person, commits and goes through Q school, we commit. Now they may or may not become annual members. We hope so, but they may not. But if they want to, they have a guaranteed spot, right? They absolutely do. Um, they've done that. They're not gonna, we're not gonna do that, right? If they want to, sign up and get all these tools on their desktop, you're gonna get an opportunity during Q School. I think, we don't really require it. We've had a few, but maybe we should require it that you have TradeStation because it's going to be better that you do, so that you get the opportunity to for us to send you some of these files, including Swing Machine, and get it on your desktop, and to be able to learn to affect some trades and answer the question that you have. You know, what kind of a profit factor can I get? Well, it'll be up to you, right? And we're going to do our best to show you the tools that we have. Some of the Swing Machine is our flagship, so that's number one. And but then we have others, many others. Can't give them all to you. Um, and they will come with an expiration. They'll stop working at the end of the Q school, but at least then you have a chance to work with some of them and be able to make a more informed decision, and that's good. And we're totally comfortable with that. Um, so we're gonna let you watch. I'll be here. Thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Still here, still here. You may have noticed earlier we had about a $300 profit. We got another one, and we're letting the machine run that. So we're just adding a little icing on the cake here on a Friday afternoon. And we're going to let you watch, and might be interesting as we go into the close, how the market wants to go into the weekend. They're feeling relieved. At minimum, I think that the Fed has hinted what they're going to do. So, I mean, it's not usual that markets totally reverse after a run up like this in the middle of the day, but we shall see. I mean, we got the Nasdaq we got over 1.5% moves here, big moves. Dow up 2%, Russell up 3.6. So real big appetite for risk on here right now, and you can see the VIX getting crushed down about 7%. So we'll see. We'll let you watch, and let us know if you have any questions. Now we could, right? We could come in there and intervene and grab another 300. We're gonna let it run, right? It's Friday afternoon. We're not gonna lose ground on what we gained this week. We're not gonna let that happen. And it is what it is, right? So, any questions? I'm Baggett on. This is Stock Market Caddy, and we can feel the pickup in the fall. We're It's a good tired. I want you to know I am tired at the end of the week. I'm tired at the end of every week, but it's a good tired, right? It's a good tired. Really good action, two-way action in the market. I like good two-way action because we're traders, right? We're traders, and it we had some really really nice action, and we have the academic pimps, or the stooges out there in J-hole. I'm a little envious because they'll be out there fly fishing and eating steak and shrimp, on the bobby, and they'll be reading their papers, sounding really smart, and impressing each other and posing for the cameras and the TV stations. Just a bunch of hacks. We'll see where the market wants to be at the end of the day, but more importantly, where does it want to be going into September? Where does it want to go? And I promised everybody, let's go take a look at a few things. Whoops, there we go. Sorry about that. We're getting still acclimated to the new Windows. All right. So here is Nicholas. And let me see here. This is not correct here, by the way. That is not correct. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But here's the Nicholas. This is a daily signal, meaning it does not trigger intraday. It only triggers. It needs the closing data of that particular day, and then it needs one more tick to generate, right? So it's a daily signal. The last signal was long on the Dow and the NQ and the ES and the Russell back when? On the 5th. On the 5th. Now, and you can see how much, if theoretically, if you had taken it with a mini, you'd be up 7,600, 9,500, 8,300, 68. It was up much, much more than that, especially in the NQ, right? This thing had a high watermark of like about 36, 37 grand. We don't have that much there. Now, the confirming signal, though, is the VIX. The VIX is part of Nicholas. And you can see here it's long. So prior to last night, it had been short. And when we get that condition, when the markets are long and the VIX is short, then we have a confirmed long signal. And then the nightly video that we post for everybody, our daily members, our monthly members, and our annual, but they have this on their desktop. Our interpretation is the market is in a bullish state. Doesn't mean that it can't sell off and have down days or down hours, but for the most part, it's in a bullish state. Last night, we commented and told everybody the VIX went long. So last night's video and the date of the video was yellow, and was shrouded in yellow. And it was caution because this state of the market being long and the VIX being long cannot sustain itself. It can't. It can't. And what we know is, and it's usually the next day. We said this last night, right? So we may have some members here, and they go back and listen. They'll hear me say this, is that it's usually the next day. But usually the next day, and usually not beyond 72 hours. I don't think it's ever happened beyond 72 hours that I can recall. And we're doing it a while, years. What will happen is that could have been a caution, whereby, and usually the next day, all four markets go short at the end of the day. The market sells down at the end of the day. All four of them. No, the day's not over yet. I mean, it would be, it would be something. It would be one for the. But we've seen it happen. I'm not saying it's going to. It's not likely, but it's possible. We have seen it happen. And we're at the end of the day. The VIX would still be long, which doesn't look like it now, and all four markets would be short. And if that was the case, then the signal for Sunday night for all of our members would be red, right? And the market would be in a Nicholas short signal. But we cautioned everybody, and we said, but, Nick, it's a warning, but sometimes the market will just like, okay, yeah, we understand there's a warning. Yeah, we get that. And, but you know what? It just dissipates. All the traders around the world and all the investors around the world, whatever, they just piss on it and just put out the fire. No concern. We're not concerned. If that happens, these will stay long, and then at the close of business today, we may need one tick on Sunday, and the VIX will do what? It'll be back short. And we'll go from the yellow state that it was in last night as a caution right back to the green state and right back long again. Okay, and the machine just took a profit there, another $300-400 on 5 micros. So that's Nicholas. Now, we did say last night, what might it be, right? What might the catalyst be? What is there? Is there something? We don't like to ask these questions too much because you never know for sure. But we were picking up and we were saying months ago, remember, at the end of August, we got the academic stooges out in J-hole, the A-holes out in J-hole, and they're going to be, they're going to give Trump what he wants, and they're going to do this, they're going to do that, and are they all in agreement? Just all the crap. I don't listen to any of it, really. I see the headline. But it was easy to say, like, okay, well, you know what, maybe the VIX is picking up on that. Maybe it is. Maybe not. Maybe it's something else. But at the moment, I'm sure that's probably what the headlines are. But we don't trade on the headlines. We're not interested in the headlines. So this long signal is still here. It is kind of long in the tooth. It's not up as much as it was. And so when we're position trading and using options, our risk is defined, and we're trying not to make intraday trading decisions on position trades that go out weeks. We're just not going to do that. Now it may be and I understand how that feels. If you got your put contracts on and you're on a particular day and they're down, but it is what it is. We try not to make any decisions. If we're going to trade intraday, we're going to trade intraday. And what I might end up doing is, if we're, short on puts and we're short the market, and on a particular day like today, it's going, well, then maybe I come in on the futures account and the same account or a different account and get long and hedge the longer, the shorter, or the short position over a longer term basis, that sort of thing. Does that make sense? But that's where it is, right? Now, Nicholas, he doesn't get them all right. He doesn't, but he gets a lot right. It's uncanny. And what he's doing is there is an algo on each of the four markets. There are 3 data streams flowing in. The underlying issue, like the Nasdaq, on the Nasdaq chart, on a daily chart, the VIX itself, and the 10-year Treasury yield. And it makes a decision from there. That makes sense? All right. Let's go look at the VIX. And this is, and I get it. It's not a fair fight. I know. I want to get short the market. I do too. But it isn't a fair fight. You have to know that. And we don't want to be fighting the tape. So last night Last night we had, I think it was risk off or risk on warnings here. We did on the 9 day, 30 day, 6 month, and then look what they did. Risk on resumes. They just And I said, what did I say last? What I said to last night. I don't want to be repeating, but I said last night to everybody, there is a bit of a thunderstorm. It looks like there's a thunderstorm offshore. We just don't know if it's coming ashore. Just like Florida, right? We don't know. And I said you got to be ready. It might develop into something, and and maybe it would have been what the Fed said. Or I don't know. We said it's possible, but but it'll be what it'll be. And but we got to be ready because it might just dissipate, and the market was poised because what Nicholas was doing was poised for a sharp move, and everyone may have been bracing for the bad news. The market didn't get it maybe from the Fed. This is the speculation, and then they just all cover it. They just buy it. They capitulated, and they capitulate. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen today. I'm not going to say it's going to happen Monday, but we have seen instances where they'll do that, and then just 3 4 days later, boom, we're right back down again. We're right back down. And the people who were short, who closed out, will say, "Man, I was close. I was really close. Man, it's rigged. It's this. It's that. Yeah, it's rigged. It always is rigged. I mean, there are people trying to extract money from you. I mean, they don't play by Marcus and Queensbury rules. They're gonna have you. They're gonna pull you this way, pull you that way. Headline this, headline that. Absolutely, absolutely, part of it. Um, So a person really needs to understand what the game is, how they want to play the game, with what amount of money, what kind of risk. You get to decide all that, right? I can't, I can't do that for you. I can show you how we go about doing it. I can provide you the tools, right? I can tell you how I like to walk Ted and Abby, but I can't walk your dogs. I heard somebody say that the other day, and I thought it's kind of a good analogy, You got to walk your own dogs if you got them. I hope you do. All right. So that's what it's showing. That's the VIX, and we can pretty much know, and it's a big, a big hose down. Am I disappointed a little bit? Yeah, yeah, I am, because I would like to have seen it. I mean, it's been a profitable day. I would like to have seen it. I would have liked to have seen for the other reasons that I'm just reminded of something. I don't know if I want to tell you or not tell you, but I think I will tell you. But for the greater good and the greater the economy and stuff, I live in a pretty nice area, and I was walking Ted, and there was a homeless person, just in a cot, and they were cutting the grass around our community. It wasn't on my property or anything like that. It was some, within walking distance, I suppose. I'm like, man, he's got his suitcase and all his stuff, and it's just, hard, difficult. And it wasn't that, it was around 8 o'clock, people going to work and stuff, and here's somebody, is just left behind. Brutal, brutal, and yet, some, it's hard to square sometimes, right? When I was in D.C. As a young person, I did an internship. I wanted to snap a picture of it at the time, but we didn't have, cell phone cameras and stuff, and I never had a camera. But I did an internship at the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. for 3 months. I thought I wanted to be a lawyer. No thanks. I was headed that way, but that experience was enough to say, nah, I didn't want any part of it, which is all part of deciding what you want to do in life. But, when you're that age, is explore different things, and I was trying to do just that. But I guess where I was going was I would go into the Justice Building, and if you've ever been in D.C., maybe even in the other big cities, they got these, I think it's coming up from the metro, and they got these big, big grates that, well, it's actually maybe from the buildings too, and it blows warm air, right? I think it's from the heating or something, or AC, or maybe from the subways. and the homeless people were sleeping on them. It's gross, it's gross. And I guess, I was looking, and as I'm approaching the building, and I was young. Yeah, I mean, I was young. It was shocking to me, right? I hadn't seen that. Even though I grew up in a city, I saw some, I did grow up in a city, but I didn't quite see that. That I don't think I had. And so that was kind of shocking. And there was a lot of them. It would be really, really cold. And as I'm approaching it, I'm looking at this big, beautiful building that I'm fortunate enough, and I'm wearing my suit, and I'm going to be going in. There's a young person to do. We didn't do much as an intern, but and then I could see the name of the building, but the image that I wanted to capture was, Department of Justice, and then here are all these people laying on the grate. Like what a dichotomy, I guess, right? It's just like something not right about that. And I was reminded of it today, So, um, any case, I digress a little bit. I think the Fed is, I guess where I was going. I think they're I don't know. I mean, I think they're doing some things for the billionaire class, really. But time will tell. But right now, no concern in the market. Skew now, skew. By the way, does not move during the day. Skew does not move. Skew skew will move on the close, and I think it is for the day. I have to double check, but it's like either a day late, but it doesn't move. This number will not move until after the market closes, and so we'll get a chance to see it. So here's the S&P, all the chart watchers, and certainly looks like a slam jam. And then we get back up here, the old high, and yeah, they could squeeze them here for a while, for days, and then guess what? We get to do it all over again. But let's see where it finishes today. I mean, can it? It certainly doesn't look that way. And we're losing a little bit of time. It's 2 o'clock. Um, could it come down and finish on its lows? If it did, that would be very, very bad for the bulls. Is it likely to do that? No. Could it do that? Yes. If it does do that, will you see it on Swing Machine? Oh, yes, you will. Oh, yes, you will. You'll see it. I'll leave it up for the Friday afternoon. I'll leave it up. You'll see it, but not likely, right? On any given day, it's not a usual thing. Today being a Friday, though, a lot of traders, when the market is in a bullish state, they don't want to go into the weekend short. When the market is in a little bit of a bearish state, they don't want to go into the market long or go into the weekend, not the market, go into the weekend long. You've heard me say this, it's not always, but a lot of times. So I like to see the closes of a given day where somebody is prepared, because even though there may be machines running it, there's still people behind the machines, looking at those accounts that they're feeding the money into, like a trough. And so they may say, hey, we got to take some profits here. So, are there people selling into this? Are there people getting defensive? Well, we'll have a better idea on we'll have a better idea when we see the close, and we'll have a better idea when we see the skew on Sunday night. My guess is I think the skew will rise. So I think they'll be, as we go up, they'll be taking advantage of the noise and the speculation. Let's face it, right? I mean, if you want to sell something, you don't want to be selling when everyone else is selling. You want to be selling when everyone else is buying, right? Whatever it is, because you're going to get the best price. And you want to be buying when everyone else is selling, because you're going to get the best price. I don't care what it is. It could be a house, could be whatever, right? More or less. So, um, let's go to the yield curve. All right, so here's the interest rates, right? So here we go. We're going to get a picture of this here. Here they are. Okay, so here is the short, this is the 90-day paper, 5-year, 10, 30. The yield on the 90-day paper is not 40, but it's 4.085. That is the current yield. The yield has dropped by 43 basis points. That is what the indication they got from him. the Fed. But the hedge funds knew about it. They certainly probably knew about it days ago, and they certainly knew what he was going to say and do at 4 a.m. this morning. We see that 3 o'clock in the morning. And around the world, the other bankers and everything else did too. So the American public finds out about it at 10. But and the yields are also dropping on the 30-year too, and the 10-year, particularly the 10. The 10 is 4.2. I got to tell you something. I haven't seen any headlines, but my guess is that Trump is still going to say that he's too late and too little, and they want to see these 90-day yields below 3.7. They want to see them at probably at 3%. Now that would be a very, very healthy equity curve. I mean, this thing would be really moving up and be very, very healthy. It would be. And who will make money in that? Traders, investors, and the banks, right? But it'll be really interesting what happens, on the further out on the end of the curve if the Fed signals, hey, we are cutting and we're going to knock it down, because, this is probably the end of Powell, right? I mean, he's going to get replaced, unless Trump tries to replace him before the end of the year, which I don't think is going to happen, but he's going to replace him with somebody else. They're going to want to come in next year and do it some more, right? They're going to want to do it some more. Now, the governor on this is that, the Federal Reserve controls the short-term rates, but they really don't control the 10 and the 30-year. They don't, and those are big, big markets too. And if those markets, those bondholders begin to think that inflation and everything is getting out of control, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go down that road too much because it's just the markets are just so huge, so you could argue both sides of the fence, but if those rates were to begin to rise, it would be very, very bad if the Fed makes a mistake here. And they're going to have people saying it's a policy mistake. I tend to think it is, but I just tend to think it is. I'm not saying I'm betting on it. I'm not, but because if they have to come back later and raise the rates, well, what a shit mess that'll be. But that could be like August of next year, right? This stuff is very, very slow. It's glacial, almost, when it comes to the interest rates. That's why they do it. Because the pools of monies are so freaking large. I mean, it's beyond comprehension. But that's where it is, and I do think that if he had signaled he isn't going to do it, and if these rates had risen here, we would have been, down 2 or 3% today. But it is what it is. So let's go to the sentiment on futures here. So this is a different tool. This is the sentiment radar, and so this is on a daily basis. And the VIX is where? Almost in panic sell. Ain't that a kick in the ass, right? I know you're concerned. I know you guys have fears, but nobody else does. I do, but nobody else does in this market. They are laying in a hammock. They are fat and asleep. They're gorging themselves, and they're just like nothing to worry about. When you see the VIX this low, when I see it this low, the little hairs on the back of my neck begin to stand up, because I know the masses are not that smart. They're not, unfortunately. They're just not. The ES, now the ES, look where the ES is. It's at 80. Should be at 90. Should be pushing in euphoria. And it isn't. So we have a little bit of divergence there. So I'm thinking, and also on the VIX, we have what we call a bulge in volatility. The bulge is usually the end of something. So we still may get a little volatility crush, a little bit maybe on Monday. It's possible, maybe a little bit on Tuesday, but I think it's coming to an end. I think it's done. And I'm interpreting it from here. That's what I'm thinking, but we'll see. The American dollar is getting beat up a little bit today, right? Because he pissed on it. Had he raised rates, the dollar would have risen. The currencies around the world, they all race ahead. The metals, though, the metals kind of in the middle. Silver's having a great day. Silver's having a great in euphoria. Look at it, it's at 39. Once silver breaks 40, 41, 42, gets up in there, I think it'll make a very mad dash to 50. Probably headed that way, probably headed that way. Because, if it's one thing, that the Fed has signaled like, okay, we're going to cut, but, I mean, a new Fed, they will lie, they will fire any economic people, they're going to just deny. I think inflation could return. I think it could come back with a vengeance, and they will just deny it. Where will the inflation come from? These easy money policies, but it'll also come, I think, could be wrong, but I think that the tariffs. I do. I don't know how Lowe's and Home Depot and Walmart and all these companies can just absorb the tax that Trump has put on them and just absorb it. We know they won't. They might do it a little bit at first, but they're going to pass that shit on to the consumer until the consumer starts choking on it. And there's an old saying: the cure for high prices is high prices. So, and when we look at the bonds, let's slide this down because we can get even more markets in here, right? So we look at the bonds. Here's the 5-year. Here's 2-year. They're rallying because the rates were coming in. So now everyone thinks like the bond market is the inverse of the stock market, and that isn't the case, right? I mean, actually, for 40 years since 1981, for the most part, they've both gone up, right? They've both gone up. There are periods of time where they diverge for various reasons, but they can go up together. And one can go up, one can go down. They absolutely can do that. Let's go to the ETFs. Do we see where the VXX is? That's in panic. Look where the SPY is at 80. The diamonds are, which is the Dow, in the Russell small caps, right, and euphoria. Then all this other shit in here. Here's the transports in euphoria. Regional banks are in euphoria. All the regional bankers are so happy. The XLF, the financials, they're gonna be fat and rich, richer than they already are. It's not fair, is it? It isn't, right? Some poor buddy, he's on his cot, sleeping outside under the stars. Oh my God. It was not. Let's go to the S&P. And do we have anything to do any buying? Maybe CSX, maybe. But everything else is already, if you bought any of the stuff that was in here over the last few nights, they're running. What about euphoria? What do we got over here? We got a ton of shit in euphoria. We got a ton. Look at it all. So you want to be looking at those stocks over on the left, and our members know what to do with those. All right, so we're going to just keep sliding over. We can't go through everything, but let's go to the most important stuff. Here's the NASDAQ sentiment. Anything in panic sell? It's just CSX. And anything in euphoria, these things. This is the most extreme. And look at Zoom, of all things. Zoom Communications, right? So they had a big day. Maybe on earnings. The probability is, though, she'll move back towards 73, right? So like which I don't, if I owned a Zoom, if we had bought Zoom, below 73, we bought it at 50, and I own it, and it's up here in euphoria, what might I do? Well, I might take half of my profit. I might sell some covered calls against it, and offer myself some protection and squeeze out some extra dividend. Something like that. I might. But I don't own it. We did it one time, long time ago, before COVID, and then we happened to get a nice, and then dumped it as more of a position trade, more of an investment, quasi investment. It was a little longer term. Let's go to Pebble. Where's Pebble? What is it? Uh-oh, out of bounds. No. Where's my pebble? Is she in here? Um, oh, here she is. So here are the Pebble Beach signals today. So you want to look at all these stocks, and let me scroll down and show them to you. These are all the signals today, right here, right? There are about 65 of them. They're all in the money with the exception of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah. So out of 65 stocks, 13 of them are not profitable. The rest of them are profitable, and they're long and short signals. But this is where we get them. And then we'll copy these and plug them into other radars, or you can, and decide how and what you might want to play. Intraday. All right, so let's go to the intraday. All right, so they had been short last night, and they had been there for a while in the NQ, but 5 hours ago, this is on an hourly signal, hourly long short fix 5 hours ago. Yeah, so that kind of sucks if you wanted a big hit the other way. Now this could stick with us for a couple of weeks, or it could be over later today, or it could be over on Monday. I mean, and I get it. I'm sorry if anyone feels this way. Like, Jesus, this thing, the market goes this way, then the market goes that way. Yeah, exactly. That's why we're traders, right? So hopefully the market is you're good to it, it's good to you, and not a source of frustration. You don't want to be that guy out on the golf course, that goes out there and he's got the naked lady tees and the hat and the balls and and next thing you know, he's throwing his clubs around, screaming and yelling and getting all upset. It just isn't worth it. Why put yourself through it? The options club selector, yeah, we can go look at it. And do we have anything? Yep, they're recommending some put credit spreads on Oracle, Target. And over here, we got a ton. So we want to pay attention to these stocks, and then this is the suggested option setup. Some of them have come back, but that's where we get them from. That's all math. All right, so we're gonna go to let's see. Then we even got a radar that shows you all the pivots. A little more difficult to sort these. We're going to try to work on something here, but you can see we got a lot of stuff that are at R3 on a daily, and these things will most likely come back in. So you don't want to be buying up here. And if you're holding these stocks, you got to figure out a way to use options to capture that profit, which you can do, right? Warren Buffett says he doesn't sell anything, and he doesn't sell a whole lot, but he does sell derivatives or options against his positions to lower his cost basis, which you can do. It's legal. Let's see. Intraday. Is this intraday? Yeah, we're in. So there we go. And so we're going to let you watch. Let me answer Wilson. Choose trade life cycle management and in and out. Scale in and out. Yeah, I don't know what you mean, but choose trade life cycle management and all in out. Scale in and out. Well, it's everyone's bread, right? So I'm not a huge advocate. It depends also too, just how much capital you have, but I'm not a huge advocate of, all in, all out, piling in. You've got to, be able to hopefully have enough time, enough capital, and you got to be able to pick your shots. And it's just like out on the golf course, you just don't want to be, hit driver on every hole. Sometimes if you do that, on a par three, you're going to put yourself in trouble. So you have to, understand the game you're playing. You have to have, some trade resolution. You have to have some game, right? Learn to trade your own game. So it's not fair for me to come in and say, and I won't say, oh, you should have been all in, or you should have been hitting a driver there. No, that's going to be your call, right? And by the same token, If you're going to just hit 9 irons, you're just going to go out on the course with a 9 iron and putter. Now you're going to be out there a long time. And by the time you finish, you're probably going to be a wet noodle. So, it's up to you. I'm Bag of Dawn. This is Stock Market Caddy. We're going to let you watch. And the machine is still trading itself. You can there won't be a whole lot of trades, but you can kind of shadow and see what it does. Good luck, everybody. Yeah, Wilson Bate. Yeah, I think that's and Wilson, you have to let me know. I don't think you're a member. I don't think so. You have to let me know. I don't recognize Wilson Bates, so you could be. I'm sorry. I recognize the name, but I'm not sure. You could be. Um, I think that sure. We do that all the time, especially with the indices as big as they are, and with the availability of micros. You can do all sorts of things in that respect. If you think that the major time frame has a more of a bullish bent, maybe you only use half your full position, to counter. Maybe you use a full position to go with the flow. That sort of thing. Sure, no problem at all. Yeah, I think it's smart. It doesn't have to be all in, all out every single time. Or your full, when I say all in, maybe what I would call a full position. So maybe a full position is, a mini. Half position, that would be 5 micros, that sort of thing. So you think like, okay, I'm going to counter trade this. Well, you don't go in with a mini here today. You maybe just go in with 5 micros, something like that. Absolutely, absolutely, and then some. And the possibilities are endless. And it is it is a game like golf, like other endeavors, but certainly like golf, of mitigating risk. Mitigating risk. No, having a see the field mentality. You can see the entire hole. You know where you want to try to get to. You want to, from the tee. You know what? You may look at the green, but you're really just trying to, set yourself up for the next shot. So you want to hopefully be on the fairway and on the right side of the fairway if you can be, right? If you have that, and then the next shot, if you're going the setup to get into the green, or maybe you just, you're trying to just, hit the green, right? You may not be shooting for the pin, sort of thing. You don't want to be shooting at the pin. Maybe you are, maybe you are. I'm not, right? And when I trade, I don't either, right? And I'm not, just trying to get around, have a nice day, and get into the clubhouse and have a hot chocolate or something, right? Not today, iced tea. Okay, everybody, and it is the last hour, woo, of the week. I hope nobody's in this market trying to get it done in the last hour of the day or the last hour of the week. I know Kramer says it's the most important hour. It might be for position traders, for intraday traders. It might be best that it is best that you've already made your money. I don't rather not be playing. We've got a little program running. It's pretty well wrapped up. We've had a pretty nice day with it, just adding, so I'm okay with it. But I wouldn't otherwise be there, right? And it's all on auto. It's all on auto. So, once again, be sure to visit Stock Market Caddy. Not going to bend your ear. I'm going to let you watch. I'm going to let you watch right up until 4:15. Then we'll shut down. So the public markets will close at 4, and let's see if there's any kind of a jailbreak. Probably not. I wouldn't get too bogged down right now in terms of, oh, it's a new bull market and we're off to the highs. We're going to hold the highs. Um, Once again, where are we on Tuesday afternoon, right? It's still late dog days of August. September is looming. Um, you know, I got to see a little bit more in terms of position trades. Intraday trading, fantastic. We're getting you seeing the volatility creep back in. It's creeping in, right? The tide rolls in and then it rushes back out, rolls in, and that type of action I love to see. The bulls really don't even want to see that, and it kind of builds its own little. So what we need, hopefully, see, I'd like to see a weak finish here. And then I don't think you can retrace the whole thing. I don't think so, but anything's possible. Where are we on Sunday night? Do they come in and are they selling into this? We're going to be looking at the close. We might even add a little bit to our position trade. We're out now, the latter part of September, October timeframe. We're taking the dark side, folks, but it's proportional. It's proportional. We have the VIX on a daily basis, damn near in panic sell. It's just not where we commit new money. It just isn't. Just we're going to be counter trend traders at that point. We are picking up on the ES some divergence, so I don't think the market is as convinced of what the headlines might say. But that's kind of just our technical judgment here on what the tools are showing us, and we shall see. Now, if you are, coming in with your entire account and buying 5-day options on anything, it's probably not a good idea, right? And it isn't. It's just flat out isn't. And that's just going to create all kinds of stress, not giving yourself enough time to maneuver or hedge, and don't have the tools. And to be honest with you, you might be better off just going to the nearest Indian casino and play red or black, because that is, not what we do. I wish everyone the best. Any questions, let us know, and we'll let you watch. Thanks. And if I don't see you or chat with you, the broadcast will end abruptly, letting you know in advance, so it's not that abrupt, but at 4:15. But I am here. I'm getting some things done toward the end of the week here. I'll glance at the chat. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer. And I wish everyone the best. Have fun. Hi everyone, and getting a little bit of a sell-off here. Nice to see. Now maybe all the fast, really fast money that came in and bought, and now they just take it off. Or it could be something more. We'll see. We're gonna let you watch the 415. For those that don't know who we are, what we're about, I do want you to know that we're much more than just Swing Machine Plus. We're much more than just this view of Swing Machine. We can put it on a chart. It does have a matching paint bar. We do have something that gives you the swing points on various style of charts. We can go back and look at the performance characteristics over the last few months. If you go back as far as you want. We can set clocks. Is it better to trade at normal session hours or after hours or this part of the day, that part of the day? We can do profit targets and trailers, but we can have smart exits. We got all kinds of variations. And you can also learn to read and interpret what a back test is. Also understand what a forward test is and how to do that sort of thing. And all in an effort of what we do in a day out, play our game, right? You're not going to play my game. I'm not going to play your game. I'm not going to play Susan's game. She's going to play her own game, right? I said to Susie once, she said, like, Donnie, well, why don't you put the trades on and I'll take them off? Nah, that's not so much fun. Because I'd put them on, I'd work to get the trades, and then she'd take them off, make $5. Like, hey, get some more, or 500, whatever it was, right? I'm like, no, it's not going to work. Oop. And I didn't put that trade on. All right, so this is the third trade that you and I have had here together. The machine put that trade on, and we'll see how it plays out, right? If we took it off right now, we'd make 25 or $30, 5 micros. I'm not going to do that, but let's see how it plays out, right? So, what's nice about having machine trades or machine trading, it's kind of like having someone sit beside you, and you get to interact with it. Maybe you want the machine just to put the trades on. It's a machine; it doesn't care. It'll work as just as hard. And you just take the money off. Say, hey, machine, go get me another one. But as a human, I didn't want to be doing that. I didn't want to be doing it for me, and I didn't want to be doing it for Susan. It was too hard. It's a grind. Make sense? I hope so. It's hard talking. Trust me, it is. It's hard talking when I can't eyeball anyone and I can't interact verbally. But we try. All right. So again, we're gonna let you watch, and but that is short. 5 micros. 5 micro. Right now we got it running 5 and 5, but we could change. We could have changed that if we wanted to. Too. I mean, that's certainly within the parameters. A lot of different things. Have fun. Enjoy. Okay, so you can watch this. I haven't added any leverage. It's still 5 micros, right? We've had a high water mark of what, about 150 or so. So you can eyeball it. You can play along on paper, maybe, and the machine will hopefully capture the profit here. Um, this is trade, I think, number 3 for the time that we've been together. That would be, if we were to pick up another 300-400, put us well up over a grand, and the profit factor would be like 200 or 300. It'd be pretty high because we've had, this is like trade number 3. Um, so we'd have to use for losses. We'd have to use our commissions. And no, it doesn't mean that we're necessarily going to do that again on Monday, right? I don't know. We might do more, might do less, But had a conversation with our one of our Q school folks, Rob, and he said, Don, geez, he was doing something specific, and I only had a profit factor at 2. Only. It's okay. It's okay, right? It was one day, which is great, right? One day. But the first step in mechanical and robotic learning is learning not to lose big. You're going to lose. You're going to have losing trades, and you're going to have a losing day. You might even have a losing week. You might. But what we don't want is outsized losses. Really bad negative outliers that we don't want. By the way, there appears to be, with everything else going on in the world right now, there appears to be a bit of a purge going on in the deep state. FBI raided Bolton's house. They gave him a little taste of his own medicine. There might be more going on. Hegseth Defense Department has just sacked a general for military intelligence. So, okay, so we got a little one there. And so there appears to, and there could be some more, right? And I think there's something coming out on the Epstein files today, I think, too. So maybe it's going to be an interesting weekend on that front. So 48 and 49 minutes ago, if you took the minute, now if you get in the last day and you say, the last hour, and you say, I'm going to trade the minute, there's 448 minutes, there's 1,049 minutes, right? Um, and we're not necessarily staring at a chart. You could have a chart up, and you could have programs to match Swing Machine, and you could have a few other things too, a number of things, but you don't want to get too much, on one particular market. Okay, everyone. The public markets just closed. The futures will remain open until 4:15. Then we'll shut down. So we'll say thank you now. They'll be closed for about 15 minutes. Then they'll be open for like 30 minutes. The bank square away, and then guess what? We get to do it all over again. We get to tee it up again on Sunday. Don't forget, Nvidia earnings. Nvidia earnings. I think it's Tuesday. That could be fun. Have a great weekend, everyone. Thanks. You're very welcome, Wilson. Wilson Bates. You're very welcome. Have a great weekend, everyone. Again, 4:15 will be turning down. Have a great weekend.